5. Reading the whole Caphar in the 50th year of Yubal. From the days of the slaughter and destruction. Chapter 17. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wanted, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to the Shamayim. And I saw the places of the lights, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where there were a fiery bow, and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every going down of the sun. And it came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place where all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. Chapter 18. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of the Shamayim. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of the Shamayim, and have their station between the Shamayim and earth. These are the pillars of the Shamayim. I saw the winds of the Shamayim, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun, and all the stars to their going down. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the messengers, the Malachim. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the Shamayim above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those toward the east, one was of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those toward the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to the Shamayim, like the throne of ALAYHM of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains, a region, the end of the great earth. There the Shamayim were completed. There the Shamayim were completed. And I saw a deep abyss with the columns of fire of the Shamayim, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure, alike toward the height and toward the depth. And beyond the abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the Shamayim above, and no firmament, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the Malach said, "This place is the end of the Shamayim and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of the Shamayim. and the stars which fall or which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of Yahuwah in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be completely ended, for 10,000 years. Chapter 19. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the Malachim, who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as mighty ones, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be rightly ruled, till they are made an end of. And the women also of the Malachim who went astray shall become demons. And I, Hanuk, alone saw the vision, the end of all matters, and no man shall see as I have seen. Chapter 20. And these are the names of the Kadash Malachim who watch: Uriel, one of the Kadash Malachim, who is over the world and over Gehinnom; Raphael, one of the Kadash Malachim, who is over the spirits of men; Raguel, one of the Kadash Malachim, who takes vengeance on the world of the lights; Mikael, one of the Kadash Malachim, in order that he is appointed over the best part of mankind and over disorder; Sarakaal, one of the Kadash Malachim, who is appointed over the spirits who sin in the spirit; Gabriel, one of the Kadash Malachim, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim; Ramaal, one of the Kadash Malachim, whom ALAYHM appointed over those who rise. Chapter 21. And I proceeded to where matters were disordered, and I saw there some horrible matter. I saw neither a Shamayim above, nor a firmly founded earth, but a place disorderly and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the Shamayim bound together in it, like great mountains, and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in here? Then spoke Uriel, one of the Kadash Malachim, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Hanuk, why do you ask, and why are you eager for the truth? These are of the number of the stars of the Shamayim, which have transgressed the command of Yahuwah, who are bound here, till 10,000 years, the time entailed by their sins, are ended. And from there I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible matter, a great fire there, which burnt and blazed, and the place was divided as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I guess. Then I said, How fearful is this place, and how terrible to look upon. Then Uriel answered me, one of the Kadash Malachim, who was with me, and said to me, Hanuk, why have you such fear and terror? And I answered, Because of these fearful places, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said to me, This place is the prison of the Malachim, and here they will be imprisoned forever. Chapter 22. And then I went to another place, and he showed me in the west another great and high mountain of hard rock, and there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at. Then Raphael answered, one of the Kadash Malachim, who was with me, and said to me, These hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the beings of the dead should assemble there, even that all the beings of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them to the day of their judgment, until their appointed time, to the great judgment upon them. I saw the spirits of the children of men who were dead, and their voice went forth to the Shamayim and petitioned. And I asked Raphael, the Malakim who was with me, and I said to him, This spirit, whose is it, whose voice goes forth and petitions? And he answered and said to me, saying, This is the spirit which went forth from Yubal, whom the brother Cain slew, and he makes his petition against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, Why is one separate from the other? And he answered me and said to me, These three have been made, that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And such has been made for sinners when they die and are burned in the earth, and the judgment has not been executed on them in their high time. Here their spirits shall be put aside in this great pain, till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of the accuser forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their petition, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made of the spirits of men who were not righteous, but sinners, who were complete in transgressions, and of the transgressors they shall be companions. But their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from there. Then I baraked Yahuwah of esteem, and said, Baruch be Adoni Yahuwah of righteousness, who rules forever. Chapter 23. From there I went to another place to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and did not cease from its course day or night, but regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which does not rest? Then Raguel, one of the Kadash Malakim, who was with me, answered me and said to me, This course of fire which you have seen is the fire in the west, which pursues all the lights of the Shamayim. Chapter 24. And from there I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire, which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all different, each from the other. And the stones were magnificent and pleasant, magnificent as a whole, of magnificent appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south. One upon the other, and deep, rough ravines, none of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, and resembling the seat of a throne, and fragrant trees encircled the throne. And amongst them was a tree, such as I had never yet smelled, neither was any amongst them, nor were there others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever, and its fruit is pleasant, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, How pleasant is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered NAYAL, one of the Kadash and honored Malachim, who was with me and was their leader. Chapter 25. And he said to me, Hanuk, why do you ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree, and why do you want to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I want to know about all matters, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which you have seen, whose summit is like the throne of ALAYHM, is his throne, where the Kadash Great One, Yahuwah of esteem, the eternal sovereign, will sit when he shall come down to visit the earth with tubeness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it to the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all and bring to its end forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and Kadash. Its fruit shall be for food. To the elect it shall be transplanted to the Kadash place, to the Haikal of Yahuwah, the eternal sovereign. Then they shall rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the Kadash place they shall enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long high on earth, such as your fathers lived, and in their days shall no sorrow, plague, or torment, or calamity torture them. Then I Barak, the ALAYHM of esteem, the eternal sovereign, who has prepared such matters for the righteous, and has created them, and promised to give to them. Chapter 26. And I went from there to the middle of the earth, and I saw a Baruch place, in which there was trees with branches abiding and blooming. And there I saw a Kadash mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed toward the south. And I saw toward the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine, wherein also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west of there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small height, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the three mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine. Truly I marveled very much. Chapter 27. Then I asked, For what object is this Baruch land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Yodial, one of the Kudash Malachim, who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against Yahuwah indecent words, and his esteem speaks harshness. Here shall they all be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteousness judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the compassionate Barak Yahuwah of esteem, the eternal sovereign, in the days of judgment over the former, they shall Barak him for the compassion in accordance with which he has assigned them. Then I Barak Yahuwah of esteem, and proclaimed his esteem, and exalted him magnificently. Chapter 28. And then I went towards the east into the midst of the mountain range of the desert, and I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above, rushing like a plentiful watercourse toward the northwest. It caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. Chapter 29. And then I went to another place in the desert and approached to the east of this mountain range, and I there saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. Chapter 30. And beyond these I went far to the east, and I saw another place, a valley of water, and therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the gum tree. And the sides of these valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. Chapter 31. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and these sweet liquid flowed forth from them, which is named Sarara and Gabanam. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of incense, being like almond trees. And when one burnt it, its smell was sweeter than any fragrant odor. Chapter 32. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked toward the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees, and cinnamon and pepper. And then I went over the summits of all these mountains, far toward the east of the earth, and passed above the eastern sea, and went far from it, and passed over the Malak Zutial. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and saw beyond those trees many large trees growing there, and of pleasant fragrance, large, very pleasant, and great, and the trees of wisdom, of which they eat, and know great wisdom. The tree in its height is like the fir, its leaves are like the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very lovely, and the fragrance of the trees penetrates afar. Then I said, how lovely is this tree, and how to look at it. Then Raphael, the Kadash Malak, who was with me, answered me and said, this is the tree of wisdom, of which your elderly father and your aged mother, who were before you, have eaten, and they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out from the garden. Chapter 33. And from there I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each different from the other, and birds also differing in appearance, and form and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth, whereon the Shamayim rests, and the portals of the Shamayim opened. And I saw how the stars of the Shamayim come forth, and I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Uriel the Kadash Malak, who was with me, showed me. He showed all matters to me, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their beginnings. Chapter 34. And from there I went toward the north to the ends of the earth, and there I saw a great magnificent object at the ends of the whole earth. And here Yahuwah of hosts, I saw 3 portals of the Shamayim opened, and the Shamayim through each of them proceeded north winds. When they blow, there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of the portal they blow for 2. But when they blow, there the other 2 portals it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. Chapter 35. And from there I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the Shamayim, and then there came down rain and wind. And from there I went to the east, to the ends of the Shamayim, and saw where 3 eastern portals of the Shamayim opened, and small portals from above them. Through each of these small portals passed the stars of the Shamayim, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I barak always Yahuwah of esteem, and I continue to barak Yahuwah of esteem, who has wrought great and magnificent wonders to show the greatness of his work to the Malakim and to the spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might and praise the great work of his hands, and barak him forever. Hallelujah. YAHUSHA. Chapter 37. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Hanuk, the bond of Zarad, the bond of Mahalalel, the bond of Kenan, the bond of Anush, the bond of Shat, the bond of Adam saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and to say to those who dwell on the earth, hear you men of old time, and see, you that come after, the words of the Kadash one, which I will speak before Yahuwah of hosts. It were better to declare to the men of old time, but even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. To the present day, such wisdom has never been given by Yahuwah of hosts, as I have received according to the insight, according to the true pleasure of Yahuwah of hosts, Sabaoth, by whom the law of eternal Chai has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on the earth. The first parable, when the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of the earth, and when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect work hang upon Yahuwah of Sabaoth, and light shall appear from the righteous and from the elect who dwell on the earth, where then will be the dwelling of the sinners, and where the resting place of those who denied Yahuwah Sabaoth. It would have been better, too, for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners rightly ruled, and the wicked driven from the presence of the righteous and elect, from that time those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to look upon the face of the Kadash, for Yahuwah Sabaoth has caused his light to appear on the face of the Kadash righteous and elect. Then shall the sovereigns and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and Kadash, and from thereon none shall seek for themselves compassion from Yahuwah Sabaoth, for their Chai is at an end. Chapter 39. And it shall come to be in those days that elect and Kadash children will descend from the high Shamayim, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Hanuk received books of ardor and wrath, and books of unrest and expulsion, and compassion shall not be granted to them, says Yahuwah of hosts Sabaoth. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth and put me down at the end of the Shamayim, and there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the Kadash and the resting places of the righteous. Here my eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous Malakim, and their resting places with the Kadash, and they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men, and righteousness flowed before them as water, and compassion like dew upon the earth, and so it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place my eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of belief, and I saw his dwelling place under the wings of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and righteousness shall prevail in its days, and the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of barakah, and their lip exalt the name of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, and righteousness shall be before him, and shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wanted to dwell, and my Ruach longed for that dwelling place, and there as yet had been my portion, for so as it has been established concerning me before Yahuwah Sabaoth. In those days I praised and exalted the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth with barakut and praises, because he has destined me for barakah and esteem, according to the true pleasure of Yahuwah Sabaoth. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I barak him and praised him, saying, Baruch is he, and may he be Baruch from the beginning and from eternity, and before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who do not sleep barak you, they stand before you, esteem and barak you, praise and exalt you, saying, Kadash, Kadash, Kadash is Yahuwah of Sabaoth. He fills the earth with his Ruach. And here my eyes saw all these who do not sleep. They stand before him and barak and say, Baruch be you, and Baruch be the name of Yahuwah forever and ever. Hallelujah, YAHUSHA. And my face was changed, for I could no longer look on. Chapter 40. And after that I saw thousands of thousands, and 10,000s times 10,000s. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before Yahuwah of Sabaoth, and on the four sides of Yahuwah Sabaoth I saw four presences, different from those that do not sleep, and I learned their names. For the Malakim that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden matters. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before Yahuwah Sabaoth. The first voice, Barak Yahuwah Sabaoth forever and ever. And the second voice, I heard Barakah the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon Yahuwah Sabaoth. And the third voice I heard, pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and make supplication in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. And I heard the fourth voice, fending off the adversaries and forbidding them to come before Yahuwah Sabaoth to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the Malach of peace who went with me, who showed me all matters that are hidden. Who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? Who I have heard written down. And he said to me, The first is Mikael, full of favor and patient, and the second, who is appointed over all the diseases of and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, he is appointed over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is appointed over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal high, is named Phanuel. And these are the four Malachim of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and the four voices I heard in those days. Chapter 41. And after that I saw all the secrets of the Shamayim, and how the rain is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the Kadash, and my eyes saw there all the sinners being divided from there, which deny the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and being dragged off, and they could not abide because of the punishment which proceed from Yahuwah Sabaoth. And there my eyes saw the secrets of the lightning, and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And these I saw from where they proceed in that place, and from where they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw close chambers, out of which the wind are divided, the chambers of the hail and winds, the chambers of the mist of the clouds, and the clouds thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, where they proceed, and where they come again, and their magnificence return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they do not add to their orbit, and they do not take from it, and they keep trust with each other in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first, the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, and mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible paths of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before Yahuwah Sabaoth. And they give thanks and praise, and do not rest, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes often for a baraka or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous and darkness to the sinners. In the name of Yahuwah, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits and the napashim of men, and strengthened the spirits of the napashim of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no malach delays, and no power is able to delay, for he appoints a righteous ruler for them all, and he rightly rules them all before him. Chapter 42. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned to her in the Shamayim. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returns to her place, and took its seat among the Malachim. And unrighteousness went forth from its chambers. Whom she did not seek she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings, and the stars of the Shamayim, and I saw how it called them all by their names, and they listened to him. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their portions of light. the width of their spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning, and their revolution according to the number of the Malakim, and they keep trust with each other. And I asked the Malak who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, what are these? And he said to me, Yahuwah of hosts, he showed you the similarity. These are the names of the Kadash who dwell on the earth, and who believe in the name of Yahuwah of Sabaoth forever and ever. Chapter 44. Also, another matter I saw in the regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightning, and cannot part with their new form. Chapter 45. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the Kodashim and Yahuwah Sabaoth, and into the Shamayim they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering, the tribulation. On that day my elect one shall sit on the throne of esteem, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable, and their beings shall grow strong within them. When they see my elect ones, and the one who have called upon my magnificent name, then will I cause my elect one to dwell among them, and I will transform the Shamayim, and make it an eternal barakah and light. And I will transform the earth, and make it a barakah, and I will cause my elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not place a foot upon it, for I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. Chapter 46. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being, whose face had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of favor, like the one of the Kodash messengers. And I asked the Malak who went with me, and showed me all the hidden matters concerning the bond of Adam, who he was, and where he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said to me, This is the bond of Adam, who has righteousness with him, with whom dwelt righteousness, and whom revealed all the treasures of that which is hidden, because Yahuwah Sabaoth has chosen him, and whose lot has the preeminence before Yahuwah Sabaoth in uprightness forever. And this bond of Adam, whom you have seen, shall raise up the sovereigns of the mighty from their thrones, and shall loosen the kidneys of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the sovereigns from their thrones and reigns, because they do not exalt and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge where the reign was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the pride of the strong, and shall fill them with shame, and darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed, and they shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not exalt the name of Yahuwah of Sabaoth. And these are they who judge the stars of the Shamayim, and raise their hand against the Most High, and tread upon the earth, and dwell upon it, and all their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches, and their belief is in the mighty ones which they have made with their hands. And they deny the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and they persecute the houses, his congregations, and the trustworthy who hang upon the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 47. Supplication and pray and praise and give thanks and barak the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before Yahuwah Sabaoth. The judgment may be done unto them, that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he was seated himself upon a throne of his esteem, and the books of the living were opened before him, and all his host, which is the Shamayim above, and his counselors stood before him, and the hearts of the Kadash were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 48. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous, and Kadash, and elect. And at that hour the bond of Adam was named in the presence of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and is named before the head of days, even before the sun, and the signs were created, before the stars of the Shamayim were made. His name was named before Yahuwah Sabaoth. He shall be a staff to the righteous, to brace themselves upon and not fall, and shall be the light of the nations, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on the earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and barak and celebrate Yahuwah Sabaoth with song. And for this reason he has been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world, and for eternity. And the wisdom of Yahuwah Sabaoth has revealed him to the Kadash and the righteous, for he has preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised the world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways, in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, for in his name they are saved, and according to his true pleasure has it become in regard to their chai. In these days the sovereigns of the earth shall have become downcast in face, and the strong who possess the land, because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of my elect, as straw in the fire. So they shall burn before the face of the Kadash, as lead in the water. They shall sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall be found any more. And on that day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth, and before them they shall fall and not rise again, and there shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied Yahuwah Sabaoth and his anointed. The name of Yahuwah Sabaoth be Baruch. Chapter 49. For wisdom is poured out like water, and esteem failed not before him for eternity. For he is mighty in all secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow, and have no continuance because of the elect one who stands before Yahuwah Sabaoth, and his esteem is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwell the Ruach of wisdom, and the Ruach which gives insight, and the Ruach of understanding and of might, and the Ruach of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret matters, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him, for he is the elect one before Yahuwah Sabaoth, according to the true pleasure, his true pleasure. Chapter 50. And in those days a change shall take place for the Kadash and elect, and the light of days shall abide upon them, and esteem and honor shall turn to the Kadash. On the day of affliction, on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners, and the righteous shall be victorious in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and he will cause the others to witness, that they may repent and abandon the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, yet through his name shall they be saved, and Yahuwah Sabaoth will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. And he is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his esteem. Unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him, and from here on I will have no compassion on them, says Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 51. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it, and the grave also shall give back that which it has received, and Gehinnom shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and Kadash from among them, for the day has drawn near, and that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall put forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel, for Yahuwah Sabaoth has given to him and has esteemed him. And in those days the mountains shall leap like the rams, and the hills also shall skip like the lambs satisfied with milk. And the faces of the Malachim in the Shamayim shall be lit up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk upon it. Chapter 52. A mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the Malach who went with me, saying, What are these which I have seen in secret? And he said to me, All these which you have seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that Malach of Shalom answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto you all the secret matters which surround Yahuwah Sabaoth. And these mountains which your eyes have seen, the mountains of iron, and the mountains of copper, and the mountains of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one, as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above, and they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall be, and it shall come to be in those days, that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these shall be destroyed from the surface of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 53. There my eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage, but the deep valley shall not become full. and their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of Yahuwah of hosts Sabaoth, and they shall be banished from off the face of his earth, and they shall perish forever and forever. For I saw all the Malachim of punishment abiding and preparing all the instruments of Hashatan. And I asked the Malach of Shalom, who went with me, for whom are they prepared, these instruments? And he said to me, they prepare these for the sovereigns and the mighty of the earth, that they might be destroyed by them. And after this, the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. From now on, they shall be no longer hindered in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and these mountains shall not stand as the earth before his righteous, and the hill shall be as a fountain of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of sinners. Chapter 54. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the sovereigns and the mighty, and began to cast them into the deep valley. And there my eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron, chains, innumerable weight. And I asked the Malach of Shalom, who went with me, saying, for whom are these chains being prepared? And he said to me, these are being prepared for the host of Azazel, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation, and they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as Yahuwah Sabaoth commanded. And Mikael, and Gabriel, and Raphael, and Hanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that Yahuwah Sabaoth may take vengeance on them for their unrighteousness, and become subject to Hashatan, and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days punishment shall come from Yahuwah Sabaoth, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the Shamayim, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the Shamayim is the masculine, and the waters which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the earth. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness, when they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. Chapter 55. And after that the head of days repented and said, in vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he swore by his great name, from now on I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth. And I will place a sign in the Shamayim, and this shall be a pledge of trust between me and them forever, so as long as the Shamayim is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command, when I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the Malachim, one on the day of tribulation and pain. Because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, says ALAYHM, Yahuwah Sabaoth. You mighty sovereigns who dwell on the earth, you shall have to look upon my elect one, how he sits on the throne of esteem, and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts, in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 56. And I saw there the hosts of the Malachim of punishment going, And I saw there the hosts of the Malachim of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the Malak of Shalom, who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said to me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their chaim shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not be reckoned thereafter. And in the days of the Malakim shall return and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and the Madites. They shall stir up the sovereigns, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And as they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones, but the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a bond his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses throughout their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days the grave shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein in their destruction. And their destruction shall be at an end. The grave shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. Chapter 57. And it came to be after this that I saw another host of chariots and men riding upon them, and coming on the winds from the east and from the west to the south, and the noise of their chariots was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the Kodashim from the Shamayim observed it, and the pillars of the earth were moved from their places, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of the Shamayim to the other end in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship Yahuwah Sabaoth. And this is the end of the second parable. Chapter 58. And I begin to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Baruch are you, you righteous and elect, for magnificent shall be your lot, and the righteous shall be in the light of your sun, and the elect in the light of eternal Chai. The days of their Chai shall be unending, and the days of the Kodash without number, and they shall seek the light and find righteousness with Yahuwah Sabaoth. There shall be peace, and the righteous in the name of the eternal Adon. To the righteous in the name of the eternal Adon. And after this it shall be said to the Kodash in the Shamayim, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of belief, for it has become bright as the sun upon the earth, and the darkness is past, and there shall be a light that never ends, and to a number of days they shall not come, for the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light of uprightness established forever before Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 59. In those days my eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the lights, and of the right rulings they execute, and they lightened for a baraka or a curse, as Yahuwah Sabaoth desired. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how, when it resounds above in the Shamayim, the sounds thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the right rulings executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and barakah, or for a curse, according to the word of Yahuwah Sabaoth. And after that, all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lightened for barakah and for satisfying. Chapter 60. A fragment of the book of Noah. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the Chai of Hanuk, in this parable, I saw how a mighty quaking made the Shamayim of Shamayim to quake, and the host of the Most High, and the Malakim, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000s times 10,000s were disturbed with a great unrest. And the head of days sat on the throne of his esteem, and the Malakim and the righteous stood around him, and a great trembling seized me, and the fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and my kidneys melted, and I fell upon my face. And Mikael sent another Malak from among the Kurashim, and he raised me up, and when he had raised me up, my Ruach returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of the host, and the commotion, and the quaking in the Shamayim. And Mikael said to me, Why are you disturbed with such a vision? Until this day lasted the day of his compassion, and he has shown favor and patience towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day and the power and its punishment and the judgment come, which Yahuwah Sabaoth has prepared for those who do not worship the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous right ruling, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared for the elect a covenant, but for the sinners a judgment, when the punishment of Yahuwah Sabaoth shall rest upon them. It shall rest in order that the punishment of Yahuwah Sabaoth may not come in vain, and it shall slay the children with their mothers, and their children with their fathers. Afterward the judgment shall take place according to his compassion and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean over the fountains of the waters, and the male is named Bahamut, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Dawidain, on the east of the garden, where the elect and the righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the 7th from Adam, the first man whom Yahuwah Sabaoth created. And I pleaded with the other Malak that he should show me the might of the host of those monsters, how they were parted on one day, and cast the one into the abyss of the sea, and the other unto the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, You son of man, in this do you seek to know what is hidden? And the other Malak who went with me showed me what was hidden. He told me what is first and last, the Shamayim in the height and beneath, the earth and the depth, and at the ends of the Shamayim, and on the foundation of the Shamayim, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and the power to the power of its filling, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided, and the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings, that it may lighten, and their host, that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest assigned while it is waiting for its peal, and the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Ruach and do not separate. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Ruach enforces a pause during the peal, and divides equally between them. For the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them, as its peal, is held in with its bridle, and turned back by the power of the Ruach, and pushed forward according to the many quarters of the earth. And the Ruach of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of his strength he draws its back with a rein, and in the same way it is driven forward, and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the Ruach of the hoarfrost is its own malak, and the Ruach of the hail is a tube messenger. And the Ruach of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength. There is a special Ruach therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And from the Ruach of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber, for its course is magnificent, both in light and in darkness, and in winter and in summer, and in its chamber is a malak. And the Ruach of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the Shamayim, and is connected with the chambers of the rain, and its course is in the winter and summer, and its clouds of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the Ruach of the rain goes forth from its chambers, the Malakim come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water of the earth. And whenever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth from the Most High, who is in the Shamayim. Therefore there is a measure for the rain, and the Malakim take it in charge. And these I saw toward the garden of the righteous. And the Malak of Shalom, who was with me, said to me, These two monsters prepared comfortable to the greatness of ALAYHM shall feed. Chapter 61. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those Malakim, and they took to their wings and flew, and they went toward the north. And I asked the Malak, saying unto him, Why have they taken these cords and gone off? And he said to me, They have gone to the measure. And to the Malak who was with me said to me, These shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may support themselves on the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth forever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which shall be given to belief, and which shall strengthen righteousness. And then these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth. And those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been destroyed by the beasts, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, and that they may return and support themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before Yahuwah Sabaoth, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the Shamayim received a command and power, and one voice, and one light, like fire, and their first words, and their first words, that one they barak, and exalted, and lifted up with wisdom, chakma, and they were wise in utterance, and in the ruach of Chai, and Yahuwah Sabaoth placed the elect one on the throne of esteem, and he shall judge all the works of the Kodash above in the Shamayim, and in the balance shall their deeds be weighed, and when he shall lift up his face to judge their secret ways, according to the word of the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of Yahuwah Sabaoth, then shall they all with one voice speak and barak and esteem and exalt and kadash the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. And he will summon all the hosts of the Shamayim and all the Kodashim above, and the hosts of ALAYHM, the Karobim, Seraphim, and Uphanaim, and the Malakim of power, and all the Malakim of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth and over the water, on that day shall raise one voice, and barak Yahuwah, and esteem and exalt in the ruach of belief, and in the ruach of wisdom, chakma, and in the ruach of patience, and in the ruach of favor, and in the ruach of judgment, and of shalom, and of the ruach of tubness. And shall all say with one voice, Baruch is he, and may the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth be Baruch forever and ever. Hallelujah. And all who do not sleep in the Shamayim above shall barak him. All the Kodashim who are in the Shamayim shall barak him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of Chai. And every ruach of light who is able to barak and esteem and exalt and kadash your Baruch name, and all flesh beyond measure esteem and barak your name forever and ever. For great is the favor of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, and he is patient, and all his works and all that he has created he has revealed to the righteous and the elect in the name of Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 62. And thus Yahuwah commanded the sovereigns and the mighty and the exalted and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns, if you are able to recognize the elect one. And Yahuwah Sabaoth sealed him on the throne of his esteem, seated him on the throne of his esteem, and the ruach of righteousness was poured out upon him, and the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his esteem, and righteousness, and is rightly ruled before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then pain shall come upon them as on a woman in travail, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth, and one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be sad-faced, and pain shall seize them when they see the bond of Adam sitting on the throne of his esteem. And the sovereigns and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall barak and esteem and exalt him who rules over all, who was hidden. For from the beginning the bond of Adam was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and Kadash shall be shown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces and worship, and place their hope upon the bond of Adam, and petition him, and make supplication for compassion at his hands. Nevertheless, that Adon of hosts will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces. And he will deliver them to the Malachim for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children, his elect, and they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of Yahuwah of hosts Sabaoth rested upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day, and they shall never thereafter see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And Yahuwah Sabaoth will abide over them with the bond of Adam. They shall eat and lie down and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and cease to be sad-faced, and they shall have been clothed with garments of esteem, and these shall be the garments of Chai from Yahuwah Sabaoth. And your garments shall not grow old, nor your esteem pass away before Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 63. In those days, the mighty and the sovereigns who possess the earth shall beg to grant them a little relief from his Malachim of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before Yahuwah Sabaoth, and confess their sins before him. And they shall barak and esteem Yahuwah Sabaoth, and say, Baruch is Yahuwah Sabaoth, and Yahuwah of sovereigns, and Yahuwah of the mighty, and Yahuwah of the rich, and Yahuwah of esteem, and Yahuwah of Chakmah, wisdom. And splendid in every secret matter is your power from generation to generation, and your esteem forever and ever. Deep are all your secrets, and innumerable, and your righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learned that we should esteem and barak Yahuwah of sovereigns, and him who is sovereign over all sovereigns. And they shall say, Oh, that we had rest to esteem and give thanks and confess our belief before his esteem. And now we long for a little rest, but do not find it. We follow hard upon and do not obtain, and light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor esteemed the name of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, but our hope was in the scepter of our reign, and in our esteem. And in that day of our suffering and tribulation, he does not save us, and we find no relief for confession that our Adon is true in all his works, and in his right rulings, and in his justice, and in his right rulings have no respect of persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they shall say unto themselves, Our beings are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof, into the burden of Gehinnom. And after that, their faces shall be filled with darkness and shame before the bond of Adam, and they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spoke Yahuwah Sabaoth. This is the statute and judgment with respect to the mighty, and the sovereigns, and the exalted, and those who possess the earth before Yahuwah Sabaoth. Chapter 64. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the Malak saying, These are the messengers, the Malakim, who descended to the earth and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. Chapter 65. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was near. And he arose from there, and went to the ends of the earth, and he cried aloud to his grandfather Hanuk. And Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said to him, Tell me, what is this? What it is that is falling out of the earth, that the earth is in such evil plight and shaken, if perhaps I shall perish with it. And after that there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from the Shamayim, and I fell on my face. And Hanuk, my grandfather, came and stood by me, and said to me, Why have you cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of Yahuwah concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learned all the secrets of the Malakim, and all the violence of the adversaries, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and all the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images for the whole earth, and how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth, for lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and a Malak stands therein, and that Malak is the head. And after that my grandfather Hanuk took hold of me by my hand, and raised me, and said to me, Go, for I have asked Yahuwah Sabaoth regarding this commotion of the earth. And he said to me, Because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined upon them, and shall not be withheld by me forever, because of their sorceries, which they have searched out and learned. The earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed, and these they have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are condemned. But as for you, my bond, Yahuwah Sabaoth knows that you are pure and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets, and he has destined your name to be among the Kadash, and will preserve you amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined your righteous seed, both for sovereignty and for great honors, and from your seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous, and Kadash without number forever. Chapter 66. And after that he showed me the Malakim of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who dwell on the earth. And Yahuwah Sabaoth gave command to the Malakim who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them back in check for those messengers, Malakim, who were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Hanuk. Chapter 67. And in those days the word of ALAYHM came unto me, and he said to me, Noah, your lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the Malachim are making a wooden object, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of Chai, and a change shall come so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will establish your seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with you. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be Baruch, and multiply on the earth in the name of Yahuwah. And he will imprison those Malachim who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Hanuk had formerly shown to me in the west among the mountains of gold and of silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that the valley in which there was a great earthquake and a convulsion of waters. And when all this took place, from that there fiery molten metal, and from the earthquake in that place there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the Malachim, who had led astray, burned beneath the land, and through its valleys proceeded streams of fire, where these Malachim are punished, who had led astray those who dwelt upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the sovereigns, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the Ruach, of the Napash. Now their Ruach is full of lust, their Napash is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied Yahuwah Sabaoth, and see their punishment daily, and yet do not believe in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before Yahuwah Sabaoth none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Ruach of Yahuwah. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days. For when those Malachim are punished, and these waters spring forth, shall change their temperature. And when the Malachim ascend, these waters spring shall change and become cold. And I heard NAYAL answering and saying, this judgment with which the Malachim are judged is a witness for the sovereigns and the mighty possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the sovereigns and the lust of their body. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. Chapter 68. And after that, my grandfather Hanuk gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book, in the parable which had been given to him, and he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day NAYAL answered Raphael and said, the power of the Ruach transports and makes me tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the Malachim. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away? And NAYAL answered and again and said to Raphael, who is he? Who is he whose heart is not softening concerning it, and whose kidneys are not troubled by this word of judgment gone forth upon them, because of those who have thus led them out. And it came to be, when he stood before Yahuwah Sabaoth, Mikael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of Yahuwah, for Yahuwah of hosts has been angry with them, because they do as if they were Yahuwah. Therefore, all that is hidden shall come upon them forever and ever. For neither Malach nor man shall have his portion, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever. Chapter 69. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And see, the names of those Malachim, and these are their names. The first of them is Shemiasta, the second Artakipa, and the third Arman, and the fourth Kakabal, and the fifth Torial, and the sixth Rumyaal, and the seventh Daniel, and the eighth Nakaal, and the ninth Barakaal, and the 10th Azazel, and the 11th Armarus, and the 12th Batarial, and the 13th Busasial, and the 14th Hananiel, and the 15th Turial, and the 16th Samapasial, and the 17th Yatraal, the 18th Tumaal, and the 19th Surial, and the 20th Ramaal, and the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their Malachim, and their names, and their chief ones, over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. The names of the first, Yakun. This is the one who led astray the Banim of ALAYHM, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through daughters of men. And the second was named Asbaal. He imparted to the Kadash Banim of ALAYHM evil counsel, and led them astray, so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. It is he who showed the children of men all the smitings of death, and he led astray Hua, and who showed the shield, and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and for eternity. And the fourth was named Panumual. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of the wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from everlasting to everlasting, and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their to believe with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the Malachim, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death, which destroys all matters, could not have been taken hold of them, but through this, their knowledge, they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Kazdiah. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings smiting of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the bites of the serpent, and the smiting which befalls through the noontide heat, and the bond of the serpent named Tabal. And this is the task of Kazbaal, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the Kudashim, when he dwelt high above in esteem, and its name is Bika. This one requested Mikael to show him the hidden name, that he might pronounce it in the earth, so that those might quake before that name, an oath, who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. He placed this oath, Aka'al, in the hand of Mika'al, and these are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the Shamayim was suspended before the world was created and forever, and through it the earth was founded upon the water, and from the secret recesses of the mountains come pleasant waters, from the creation of the world and unto forever. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he appointed for it the sand against the time and of anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto forever. And through that oath are the depths made firm, and endure, and do not move from their place, from everlasting to everlasting. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance, from everlasting to everlasting. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from everlasting to everlasting. And in the same way the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of the breezes, and paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light, and of the lightnings, and there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain, and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before Yahuwah of hosts, Sabaoth, and praise with all their power, and their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and esteem and exalt the name of Yahuwah, Sabaoth, forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and though it through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they barak and esteemed and exalted, because the name of the bond of Adam had been revealed unto them, and he sat on the throne of his esteem, and the sum of judgment was given unto the bond of Adam, and he caused the sinners to pass away and to be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. With chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. And from here on there shall be none corruptible, from the bond of Adam has appeared, for the bond of Adam has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his esteem, and all evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of the bond of Adam shall go forth and be strong before Yahuwah Sabaoth. This is the third parable of Hanuk. Hanuk chapter 70. And it came to be after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised above the bond of Adam, and to Yahuwah of Sabaoth from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised above the chariots and the Ruach, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered among them. And he placed me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the Malachim took the cords, to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first father and the righteous, who from the beginning dwelt in that place. Chapter 71. And it came to be after this, that my Ruach was translated, and it ascended into the Shamayim. And I saw the Kadash Banim of ALAYHM. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw 2 streams of fire, and the lights of that fire shone like jacinth. And I fell on my face before Yahuwah Sabaoth, and the Malach Mikael seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness, and he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the Shamayim, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the lights where they proceed before the face of the Kodashim. And he translated my Ruach into the Shamayim of Shamayim, and I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my Ruach saw the girdle which surrounded the house of fire, and on the 4 sides were streams full of living fire, and they surrounded the house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ufanim, and these are they that do not sleep, but guard the throne of his esteem. And I saw malachim, who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000s times 10,000s, encircling the house, and Mikael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the Kadash Malachim, who are above the Shamayim, go in and out of the house. And they came forth from the house, and Mikael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many Kadash Malachim without number, and with them the head of days. His head was white, pure as wool, and his garments indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed. My Ruach was transfigured, and I cried with a loud voice, with the Ruach of power, and Barak, and esteem, and exalted, and the Barakut with which went forth out of my mouth were well-pleasing before the head of days, that the head of days came with Mikael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of Malachim without number. And he came to me, and greeted me with his voice, and said to me, This is my Ban of Adam, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days does not forsake him. And he said to me, He proclaims unto you peace in the name of the world to come, for from here has proceeded Shalom since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto you forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsakes him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage, and they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with the bond of Adam, and the righteous shall have peace, Shalom, and an upright way, in the name of Yahuwah of Sabaoth, forever and ever. Hallelujah, YAHUSHA. Chapter 72. The Book of the Courses of the Lights of the Shamayim, the relations of each according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the Kadash Malach, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws, exactly as they are, and how it is with regard all the years of the world, and unto everlasting, till the new creation is accomplished, which endures till everlasting. And this is the first law of the lights. The sun has its rising in the eastern portal of the Shamayim, and its going down in the western portals of the Shamayim, And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun goes down, and the moon rises and goes down in these portals. And the leaders of the stars, and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accuracy, corresponding order, also many windows to the right and left of these portals. At first there goes forth the great light, named the sun, and its circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives. The sun goes down from the Shamayim and returns through the north in order to reach the eastern, and is so guided that he comes to that portal and shines in the face of the Shamayim. In this way he rises in the first month, in the great portal which is the 4th, and in that 4th portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the Shamayim, he comes forth through the 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and goes down exactly in the 4th portal in the west of the Shamayim. And during this period the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. On that day the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises that 4th portal and goes down into the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and goes down in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and goes down to the 6th portal 31 mornings, on account of its sign. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it, and into the 6th portal, and rises from it, and goes down 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and goes down in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes down forth from that 5th portal, and goes down in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 31 mornings, on account of its sign, and goes down in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal, and goes down in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and goes down in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and the night becomes longer than the night, and the night becomes longer than the night, and day shorter than the day, till the 30th morning, and the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that third portal, and goes down in the third portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in the same way goes down in the second portal in the west of the Shamayim. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts, and the sun rises on that day from the second portal, and goes down in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east into the first portal for 31 mornings, and goes down in the first portal in the west of the Shamayim. And on that day the night becomes longer, and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has traversed the divisions of its orbit, and turns again on those divisions of its orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and goes down also in the west opposite to it. And on that night the night has decreased in length by a 9th part, and the 9th has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts, and the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returned on those its divisions of its orbit for 30 mornings, rising and going down. And on that day the night decreases its length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and goes down into the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 31 days, 31 mornings, and goes down in the west of the Shamayim. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days, 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night, arise through the course of the sun that are separated. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And for this is the law, and this is the law of the course of the sun, and its return, as often as he returns 60 times, and rises the great light, which is named the sun, forever and ever. And that which rises is the great light, and is so named according to its appearance, according as Yahuwah commanded. As he rises, so he goes down, and does not decrease, and does not rest, but runs day and night, and its light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon, but as regard size they are both equal. Chapter 73. And after this law I saw another law dealing with the smaller light, which is named the moon, and her circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in measure, and her rising and going down change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun, and when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises, and her first phase is from the east, comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises, and the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she goes down with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in the night, in the beginning of her mornings, in the beginning of the lunar day, the moon goes down with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14 parts and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun in her remaining days. And in her remaining days, she becomes bright in the 13 parts. In the 13 parts, chapter 74. And I saw another course, a law for her. According to that law she performs her monthly revolution. All these, Uriel, the Kodash Malak, who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their position as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and is single 7th parts accomplished all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her going down, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon goes down with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun. And in the 8 days, enters the 6th portal, from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal, from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moon rose and the sun went down on those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an excess of 30 days, and all the days which increase to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the excess of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days and 5 years. 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and the stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the year exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto everlasting, but complete the year with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years falls 50 days behind. To the sum there is 5 to be added, and 62 days. And in 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days 6 and 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind the amount of 80 days. All 17 days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which it rises and goes down 30 days. Chapter 75. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office. According to the reckoning of the year, and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year, and owing to them men go astray therein, for those lights truly render service on the world stations, one in the first portal, one in the third portal of the Shamayim, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal, and the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the Malak Uriel showed to me, whom Yahuwah of esteem has appointed forever over all the lights of the Shamayim, in the Shamayim and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the Shamayim and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering beings which make their revolution in all the chariots of the Shamayim. In the same way 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the Shamayim, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are opened at their appointed times, and for the winds and the ruakut of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the Shamayim at their ends, as for the 12 portals in the Shamayim at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of which Shamayim in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and to the right of them, and one window at its appointed time produces warmth corresponding to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he has commanded them, and wherein they are placed corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the Shamayim running in the world above those portals, in which revolve the stars that never go down. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that which makes its course through the entire world. Chapter 76. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the Shamayim, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of the Shamayim, and 3 on the left. And 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of those north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of Baraka, and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell upon it, and on all which are in the water, and on the earth. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining toward the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there comes rain, and fruitfulness, and prosperity, and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, comes cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind, and through the middle portal next to it, there comes forth fragrant smells, dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal, lying the west, come forth dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And after these, the north winds from the 7 portals, and the east, come dew, and rain, and locusts, and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health, and rain, and dew, and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud, and frost, and snow, and rain, and dew, and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew, and frost, and cold, and snow, and ice. And from the middle portal come forth dew, and rain, and prosperity, and baraka. And through the last portal, which adjoin the south, come forth drought, and desolation, and burning, and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the Shamayim are completed, and all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their tubness have I shown to you, my Ban Matushalach. Chapter 77. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second the south, because the Most High will descend there, even there, in quiet. A special sense will he who is Baruch forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the lights of the Shamayim diminish and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and from them comes forth frost, and days, and seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west portal of the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And those 2 come from the north and the sea, and pour their waters into the eastern sea in the east. and the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the eastern sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there, and some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the midland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great sea. Chapter 78. And the names of the sun are the following: the first Ariares, and the second Tuma. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Asonlia, the second Ablia, and the third Banase, and the fourth Are. These are the 2 great lights. Their circumference is like the circumference of the Shamayim, and their size is the size of the circumference of both alike. And the circumference of the sun, there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than that of the moon, and it indefinite measures it is transferred, and it definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they go down and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution to the north, and come forth through the eastern portal on the face of the Shamayim. And when the moon rises on 14 parts, appears in the Shamayim, the light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light, and 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day. Her light is accomplished according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by 14 parts, and in her diminishing decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, and on the second to 13 parts of her light, on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the fifth to 10, on the sixth to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, and on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. And YAHUSHA showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, on which side it is transferred to her by the sun, during all the period during which the moon is growing in her light. She has transferred it to herself when opposite to the sun. During 14 days, her light is accomplished in the Shamayim. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the Shamayim. And on the first day, she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun goes down in the west, and from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side where the light of the moon comes forth, there again she diminishes till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her diminishing in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days, and in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears 29 days each, and at night she appears like a man for 20 days, for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the Shamayim, and there is none else in her save her light. Chapter 79. And now, my bond, I have shown you all the matters and the laws of the stars of the Shamayims is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it month after week, month and every week, and the diminishing of the moon, which takes place in the 6th portal, for in this 6th portal her light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the diminishing, which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 and 2 days. She falls behind the sun, and the sun and the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which you see has traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every light which Uriel, the chief Malak, who is their leader, showed me. Chapter 80. Hey, happy to hear that, brother Anthony DeLomo. You just let me know if it's too loud, or if I'm too, let me know if it's too loud or whatnot. You got me. Chapter 80. And in those days the Malak Uriel answered and said to me, See, I have shown you all the matters, Hanuk, and I have revealed all to you, that you should see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the Shamayim, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be late on their lands and fields, and all on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time, and the rain shall be kept back, and the Shamayim shall withhold. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time, and the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brighter than accordance with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them, and they shall be altered from all their ways. Also they shall go astray, and take them to be mighty ones, and evil shall be multiplied on them, and punishment shall come upon, so as to destroy all. Chapter 81. Praise Yah, hallelujah, brother. And he said to me, Observe, Hanuk, these tablets of the Shamayim, and read what is written upon them, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the tablets of the Shamayim, and read all which was written, and understood all matters, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And I immediately Barak the great Adon, the sovereign of esteem forever, in that he has made all the works of the world, and I exalted Yahuwah because of his patience, and Barak him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Baruch is the man who dies in righteousness and tubeness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 Kudashim brought me and placed me in the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare all matters to your ban Methuselah, and show to all your children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of Yahuwah, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave you with your ban, till you give your commands, that you may teach your children, and record for them, and witness to all your children, and in all the 2nd year they shall take you from their midst. Let your heart be strong, for the 2 shall announce righteousness, and the 2, the righteous, with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the backsliders go down with the backslider. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the wicked. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, giving barakah to the Adon of the world, Yahuwah. Chapter 82. And now, my ban Methuselah, all these I am recounting to you, and writing down for you, and I have revealed to you all matters, and given you books concerning all these. So preserve my ban Methuselah, the books from your father's hand, and deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given Chakmah, wisdom, to you, and to your children, and to your children that shall be unto you, that they may give it to their children for generations. This Chakmah, wisdom, that passes their thought, and those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat of it better than tube food. Baruch are all the righteous, Baruch are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and do not sin as the sinners, and the reckoning of all their days, in which the sun traverses the Shamayim, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands, of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them, men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Also men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded forever. 1 in the 1st portal, and the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the lights and months, and festivals, and years, and days has YAHUSHA shown and revealed to me, to whom the Adon of the whole creation of the world has subjected the host of the Shamayim, and he has the power over night and day in the Shamayim, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the Shamayim, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which go down in their places, and in their appointed times, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, and they watch that they enter at their time, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Therefore leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after that the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months, and for 360 there are heads over thousands who are divided into days, and for the 4 intercalary days there are leaders which are divided into 4 parts of the year, and these heads over thousands are intercalated between leaders and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained: Malkiel, Alamalak, and Malak Yaal, and NAYAL. And the names who lead them: Adnaral, and Yasusa'al, and Alumaal. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of the stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Malak Yaal rises first and rules, who is named Tamini and Shamash, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on the earth in the days of his dominion: sweat and heat and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Barakial, Zalabsial, and another who is added a head of 1,000, called Eluyasaph. And the days of the dominion of this are at an end. The next leader after him is Halamalak, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of days on the earth: glowing, heat, and dryness. And the trees ripen their fruit, and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and all that is in the field, and the winepress. These take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names, and the orders, and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gedaliah, Kaal, and Hial. And the names of the head of 1,000, which is added to them: Aspha'al, and the days of his dominion are at an end. Chapter 83. And now, my bond, Methuselah, I will show you all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before you. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first, when I was learning to write. The second, before I took your mother. I saw a terrible vision, and regarding them, I prayed to Yahuwah. And I had laid down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel. I saw in a vision how the Shamayim collapsed and was taken away and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up by a great abyss, and the mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were torn from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And after that a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel awoke me as I lay near him, and said to me, Why do you cry so, my bond? And why do you make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said to me, A terrible matter have you seen, my bond, and of great moment is your vision. As to the secrets of all the sins of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my bond, arise and make petition to Yahuwah of esteem, since you are a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My bond, from the Shamayim all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and pleaded and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world. And I will show all matters to you, my bond Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the Shamayim, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon going down in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and all that he had known in it beginning, then I baraked Yahuwah of right ruling, and exalted him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the Shamayim, and departed and kept traversing the path shown unto him. Chapter 84. And I lifted up my hands in the righteousness, and baraked the Kadash and Great One, and spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which ALAYHM has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak with. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, and they should speak with. Baruch are you, O Adon, sovereign, great and mighty in your greatness, Adon of the whole creation of the Shamayim, sovereign of sovereigns, and ALAYHM of the whole world. And your power and reign and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations your dominion, and all the Shamayim are your throne forever, and the whole earth your footstool forever and ever. For you have made, and you rule all, and no matter is too hard for you. Wisdom does not depart from the place of your throne, nor turn away from your presence. And you know and see and hear all matters, and there is none hidden from you, and you see all. And now the Malakim of your Shamayim are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men your wrath abides until the great day of judgment. And now, O ALAYHM and Adon and great sovereign, I implore you and pray, fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, O Adoni, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused your wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as a plant of the eternal seed, and do not hide your face from the prayer of your servant, O Yahuwah. Chapter 85. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to you, my bond. And Hanuk lifted up and spoke to his bond Matushalah. To you, my bond, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline your ear to the vision of your father. Before I took your mother, Adnah, I saw in a vision on my bed, and see, a bull came forth from the earth, and the bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with this came forth two bulls, one of them black, and the other red. And the black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and I could no longer see the red bull, but the black bull grew, and the heifer went with him. And I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And the cow, the first one, went from the presence of the first bull, in order to seek the red one, but did not find, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till the first bull came to her, and quieted her, and from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows. And I saw in my sleep the white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull, and from him proceeded many white bulls, and they resembled him, and they began to bring forth many white bulls, which resembled them, one following the other, very many. Chapter 86. And again I saw with my eyes as I slept, and I saw the Shamayim above, and see, a star fell from the Shamayim, and it arose, and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. And after that I saw the large and the black oxen, and see, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and still looked toward the Shamayim, and see, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from the Shamayim to the first star, and they became bulls among those cattle, and pastured with them amongst them. And I looked at them, and saw, and see, they all let out their members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen, and they all became pregnant, and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses, donkeys, and all the oxen feared them, and were frightened at them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began also to devour those oxen. And see, all the children of the earth began to tremble at the quake before them, and to flee from them. Chapter 87. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised my eyes again to the Shamayim, and I saw in the vision, and see, there came forth from the Shamayim beings who were like white men, and four went forth from that place, and three with them. And those three that had last come forth grasped me by the hand, and took me up away from the generation of the earth, and raised me up to a high place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said to me, Remain here till you see all that befalls those elephants, camels, and donkeys, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. Chapter 88. And I saw one of those four who had come forth first, and he seized the first star which had fallen from the Shamayim, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now the abyss was narrow, and deep, and horrible, and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants, and camels, and donkeys, that they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And as I was watching in the vision, see, one of those four who had come forth, thrown from the Shamayim, and gathered and took all the great stars, whose members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them in an abyss of the earth. Chapter 89. And one of those four went to the white bull, and instructed him in a secret without being terrified. He was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt upon it. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in the vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised my eyes towards the Shamayim, and saw a high roof with 7 waters, torrents upon them, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and see, fountains were opened up on the surface of the great enclosure, and the waters began to swell and rise upon the surface. And I saw the enclosure till all its surface was covered with water, and the water, the darkness, and the mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of the water had risen above the height of the enclosure, and was streaming over the enclosure, and it stood upon the earth, and all the cattle of the enclosure were gathered together under, until I saw how they sank, and were swallowed up, and perished in the water. But the vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephant, at the first ram, and the first ram pursued the second ram, and the second ram arose and fled. Skip page. Camels and donkeys sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, perished and sunk to the depths. And again I saw the vision till those waters, torrents, and removed from the high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible, but the vessels rested on the earth, and the darkness withdrew, and light appeared. But the white bull, which had become a man, came out of the vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like the bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one of them was black. And the white bull departed from them, and they began to bring forth beasts of the field and birds, so that there arose different kinds, lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, pigs, hawks, vultures, hawks, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull, and they began to bite one another. But the white bull, which was born amongst them, brought forth a wild donkey, and a white bull with it, and the wild donkeys multiplied. But the bull, which was born from him, brought forth a black wild boar, and a white sheep, and the form former brought forth many boars, but the sheep brought forth 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the donkeys, and those donkeys again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up amongst the wolves. And the Adon brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves, and they multiplied and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to terror them, and they oppressed them until they cried aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Adon. And a sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild donkeys. And I saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and pleaded their Adon with all their might, till that Adon of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a high abode, and came to them, and pastured them. And he called the sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spoke with it concerning the wolves, that it should warn them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Adon. And another sheep met it, and went with it, and the two went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spoke with them, and warned them not to touch the sheep from here on. And after that I saw wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with it and their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Adon came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And those wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and immediately ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves, but the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And the wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their might, and the Adon of the sheep went with them, and their leader, and all his sheep followed him. And his face was dazzling and magnificent and awesome to look upon. But the wolves began to pursue the sheep till they reached a sea of water, and the sea was divided, and the water stood on its side, on that before their face. And their Adon led them, and placed himself between them and their wolves. And as the wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of the sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and the wolves ran after them into the sea. And when they saw that the Adon of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But the sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created, and the waters swallowed and rose till it covered the wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued the sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from the water, and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes, and to see. And I saw the Adon of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass, and that sheep going and leading them, and that sheep ascending to the summit of that high rock. And the Adon of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Adon of the sheep, who stood before them, and his appearance was great and awesome and majestic. And all the sheep saw him, and were afraid before his face. And they hid, and they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Adon, or to look upon him. And that sheep, which led them again ascended to the summit of the rock. But the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had shown them. But that sheep was not thereof. And the Adon of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them, And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit on the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep with which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence, and thus the sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and bull, and house for the Adon, and built a house for the Adon, and of the Adon of the sheep, and placed all the sheep in the house. And I saw till the sheep which had met the sheep which had led them fall asleep. He fell asleep. And I saw till all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they ceased crying for that sheep, and crossing the stream of water, and there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a pleasant place, and a pleasant and magnificent land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and the house stood amongst them in the pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Adon of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram, from their midst, which led them. And the ram began to butt on either side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep, whose eyes were open, saw the ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its esteem, and began to butt those sheep, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself indecently. And the Adon of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb, and raised it, being a ram, and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its esteem. And it went to it, and spoke to it alone, and raised it to be a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these, those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first man pursued the second ram. The first ram pursued the second ram, and the second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till the dogs pulled down the first ram, and the second ram arose and led the little sheep. And those sheep grew and multiplied, but all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And the ram butted and killed, and the wild beasts, and those wild beasts had no longer any power among the sheep, and robbed them no more. And the ram brought forth many sheep, and fell asleep. And the little sheep became a ram in its place, and became prince and leader of those sheep. And the house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. A tower high and great was built on the house for the Adon of the sheep. And the house was low, but the tower was elevated, and high. And the adon of the sheep stood on the tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw the sheep, that they again strayed and went many ways, and forsook their house. And the adon of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep. But the sheep began to stay away. The sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved and was not slain. And it sped away and cried aloud over the sheep, and they sought to slay it. But the adon of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep, to witness to them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the adon and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the adon of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers and wolves and hyenas, and into the hands of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my might, and to appeal to the adon of the sheep, and to represent to him the regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured, and swallowed, and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spoke to the shepherds and their companions, let each individual of you pasture the sheep hereon, and all that I shall command you that do. And I will deliver them over to you, duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them you destroy. And he gave over to them those sheep. And he called another and spoke to him, observe and mark all the shepherds will do to the sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess and the destruction which will be wrought through the shepherds, record how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own desire. Record against every individual shepherd all the destructions he effects, and read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a witness against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may know and see what they do, whether or not they live by my command, which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and you shall not declare it to them, nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till the shepherds pastured in their seasons, and they began to slay and to destroy more than they were ordered. And they delivered the sheep into the hand of the lions, and the lions and tigers ate and devoured the great part of the sheep, and the wild boars ate along with them, and they burnt the lower and demolished the house. And I became exceedingly sorrowful over the tower, because the house of the sheep was demolished, and afterwards I was unable to see if the sheep entered into the house. And the shepherds and their associates delivered over the sheep all the wild beasts to devour them, and each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book how many each one of them destroyed of them, and each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep. And thus in the vision I saw the one who wrote, how he wrote down every one that was destroyed by those shepherds day by day, and carried up and laid down, and even showed the whole book to the adon of the sheep, all that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the adon of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand, and read it, and sealed it, and laid it down. And immediately I saw how the elephants pastured for 12 hours, and see, 3 of those sheep turned back, and came and entered, and began to build up all that had fallen down of the house, and build wild boars. But the wild boars tried to prevent them, but they were not able. And they began again to build as before, and they raised up the tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began to again to place a table before the tower, but all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as regarding all this, their eyes of the sheep were blinded, so that they did not see, and their shepherds likewise, and they delivered them in large number to their shepherds for destruction, and they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. And the adon of the sheep remained unmoved till all the sheep were dispersed over the field and mingled with them, and they did not save them out of the hand of the beast. And one who wrote the book carried it up, and showed it, and read before the adon of the sheep, and implored him on their account, and pleaded with him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave witness before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book and laid it down beside him and departed. Chapter 90. And I saw till that in this manner 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing, and by number they completed their periods, as did the first, and others received them into their hands to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. And after that I saw in my vision all the birds of the Shamayim coming, the eagles, the vultures, the hawks, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep, and to peck out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out, because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over the sheep, over the shepherd who pastured the sheep. And I saw until the sheep were devoured by the dogs, and eagles, and hawks, and they left neither flesh, nor skin, nor sinew, remaining on them, till only their bones stood there. And their bones, too, fell to the earth, and the sheep became few. And I saw, until 23 had undertaken the pasturing, and completed in their numbered periods 58 times. But see, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes, and to see, and to cry to the sheep. Therefore they cried to them, but they did not listen to what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were exceedingly blinded. And I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, and dashed the sheep in pieces, and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens casted down their horns. And I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes opened, and it cried to the sheep. The rams saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding all this, the eagles and vultures and ravens and hawks still kept tearing the sheep, and swooping down upon them and devouring them. Still the sheep remained silent, but the rams lamented and cried out. And those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. And I saw till the shepherds and eagles and the vultures and kites came, and they cried to the ravens that they should break the horn of the ram. And they battled and fought with it, and it battled with them, and cried that its help might come. And I saw till the man who wrote down the names of the shepherds, and lifted up into the presence of the Adon of the sheep. And I saw till the Adon of the sheep came to them in wrath, and all who saw him fled, and they all fell from before his face. And the eagles and vultures and ravens and hawks were gathered together, and there came with them all the sheep of the field, even all came together and helped each other to break the horn of the ram. And I saw the man who wrote the book according to the command of Yahuwah, till he opened the book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds had wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Adon of the sheep. And I saw till the Adon of the sheep came to them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth broke apart, and all the beasts and all the birds of the Shamayim fell from amongst the sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to slay them, and all the beasts and the birds of the Shamayim fled before their face. And I saw till a throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Adon of the sheep sat himself upon it, and the other took the sealed books, and opened those books before the Adon of the sheep. And the Adon called those men the 7 first white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star which led the way, all the stars whose number were like those of horses, whose members were like those of horses, And they brought them all before him. And he said to the man who rode before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said to him, take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who, taking them on their own authority, slew more than I commanded them. And see, they were all bound. I saw, and they all stood before him. And the judgment was held first over the stars, and they were judged and found guilty. And they went to the place of condemnation, and they were cast into the abyss, full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into the fiery abyss. And I saw at that time how like an abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire. And they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty, and cast into the fiery abyss, and they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of the house. And I saw the sheep burning, and their bones burning. And I stood up to see till they folded up the old house, and carried off all the pillars, and all the beams, and ornaments of the house, that were at the same time folded up with it. And they carried it off, and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw till the adorn of the sheep brought a new house, greater and higher than the first, and put it up in its place, in the place of the first, which had been folded up. All its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new and larger than those of the first. The old ones which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds of the Shamayim, falling down and doing obeisance to those sheep, and making petition to, and obeying them in every matter. And after this, those 3 who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of the ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up and put me down in the midst of the sheep before the judgment took place. And the sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean, and all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the Shamayim assembled in the house. And the adon of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all tubed, and had returned to his house. And I saw till they laid down the sword which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the adon. And all the sheep were invited into the house, but it did not hold them. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the tube, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that the house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull was born with large horns, and all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the Shamayim feared him, and made petition to him all the time. And I saw till all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls. And the first among them became a lamb, and the lamb became a great animal, and had great black horns, and its head, and the adon of the sheep rejoiced over it on its head, and over all the oxen. And the adon of the sheep rejoiced over it, and all the oxen. And I slept in their midst, and I awoke and saw all matters. This is the vision which I saw while I slept, and I awoke, and Barak Yahuwah of righteousness, and gave him esteem. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears did not cease, till I could no longer endure. When I saw they flowed on account of what I had seen, for all matters shall come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown to me. On that night I remembered the first vision, and because of it I wept and was troubled, because I had seen that vision. Chapter 91, Epistle of Hanuk. And now, my Ban, Matushalach, call to me all your brothers, and gather together to me all the Banim of your mother, for the word calls me, and the Ruach is poured out upon me, that I may show you all matters that shall befall you forever. And therefore Matushalach went and summoned to him all his brothers, and assembled his relatives. And he spoke to all the children of righteousness, and said, Hear you, Banim of Hanuk, all the words of your father, and hear the voice of my mouth. For I urge you, and say unto you, Beloved, love uprightness, and walk in it, and do not draw near to uprightness with a double heart, and do not associate with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness, my Banim, and it shall guide you on two paths, and righteousness shall be your companion. For I know the violence must increase on the earth, and a great chastisement be executed on the earth, and all unrighteousness come to an end. Therefore it shall be cut off from its roots, and its whole structure be destroyed. And unrighteousness shall again be consummated on the earth, and all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and transgression shall prevail in a double amount. It shall prevail in a double amount. And when sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy and transgression and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement shall come from the Shamayim upon these, and the Kadash Adon will forthwith wrath and chastisement to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence shall be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit, and they shall be destroyed from under the Shamayim. And all the idols of the nations shall be abandoned, and the temples burnt with fire, and they shall be removed, and they shall remove them from the whole earth, and they shall be cast into the judgment of fire, and shall perish in wrath and in grievous judgment forever. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom, Chakmah, shall arise and be given unto them. And after that the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the sinners shall be destroyed by the sword, and by the blasphemers, and the blasphemers destroyed in every place. And those who plan violence, and those who commit a blasphemy, shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my Banim, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Therefore I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass. And now hear me, my Banim, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and do not walk in the paths of violence. For all who walk in the paths of unrighteousness shall perish forever. Chapter 92. The Book of Hanuk, written by Hanuk, indeed wrote this complete instruction of wisdom, praises of all men, and a judge of all the earth, for all my children who shall dwell on the earth, and for the generations to come who shall observe uprightness and peace. Let not your Ruach be troubled on account of times, for the Kadash and Great One has appointed days for all matters. And the righteous one shall arise from sleep, and arise and walk in the paths of righteousness, and all his ways and conversations shall be in eternal tubeness and favor. He will show favor to the righteous, and give him eternal uprightness, and he will give him power, so that he shall be in tubeness and righteousness, and he shall walk in eternal light, and sin shall perish in darkness forever, and shall be seen no more from that day to everlasting. And after that Hanuk both gave and began to recount from the books. And Hanuk said concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of uprightness, I will speak these matters. Therefore I, Hanuk, will declare unto you, my banim, according to that which appeared to me in the vision of the Shamayim, and which I have known through the world of the Kadash Malakim, and have learned from the tablets of the Shamayim. And Hanuk began to recount from the books, and said, I was born the 7th in the 1st week, while judgment and righteousness still endured. And after me, there shall arise in the 2nd week great wickedness and deceit, and deceit shall have sprung up, and in it there shall be the end first. There shall be the first end, and in it a man shall be saved, and after it is ended, uprightness shall grow up, and a law shall be made for the sinners. And after that, in the 3rd week, at its close, a man shall be elected as the plant of righteous judgment, and his posterity shall become the plant of righteousness for everlasting. And after that, in the 4th week, at its close, visions of the Kadash and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. And after that, in the 5th week, at its close, the house of esteem and dominion shall be built forever. And after that, in the 6th week, all who live in it shall be blinded, and the hearts of all of them shall wickedly forsake wisdom, Chakmah, and in it a man shall ascend, and at its close the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed. And after that, in the 7th week, shall an apostate generation arise, and its deeds shall be many, and all its deeds shall be apostate. And at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness, to receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. For who is there of all the children of men that is able to hear the voice of the Kadash one without being troubled? And who can think his thoughts? And who is there that can look upon all the works of the Shamayim? And now, should there be one who could look upon the Shamayim, and who is there that could understand the matters of the Shamayim, and see a being or a Ruach, and could tell of it, or ascend and see all their ends, and think them, or do like them? And who is there of all men that could know what is the breadth and the length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern the length of the Shamayim, and how great it is its height, and upon what it is founded, and how great is the number of the stars, and what are the lights' rest? And where are the lights rest? Chapter 94. And now I say unto you, my banim, love righteousness and walk in it, for the paths of righteousness are worth our acceptance. But the paths of unrighteousness shall suddenly be destroyed and vanish. And to certain men of a generation shall the paths of violence and of death be revealed, and they shall hold themselves far from them, and shall not follow them. And now I say unto you, the righteous, do not walk in the paths of wickedness, nor in the paths of death, and do not draw near to them, lest you be destroyed. But seek and choose for yourselves righteousness, and an elect life, chai, and walk in the paths of peace, and you shall live and prosper. And hold fast my words in the thought of your hearts, and do not allow them to be erased from your hearts. For I know that sinners will tempt men to evilly entreat wisdom, so that no place may be found to her, and no manner of temptation may diminish. Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, and they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace. Woe to those who built their house with sin, for from their foundations they shall be overthrown, and by the sword they shall fall. And those who acquire gold and silver in judgment shall suddenly perish. Woe to you, you rich! For you have trusted in your riches, and by your riches you shall stray, because you have not remembered the Most High, the days of your riches. In the days of your riches you have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of great judgment. Thus I speak and declare unto you, he who has created you will overthrow you, and for your fail there shall be no compassion, and for your fail there shall be no compassion, and your Creator will rejoice at your destruction, and your righteous ones in those days shall be a rebuke to the sinners and the wicked. Chapter 95. Oh, that my eyes were a cloud of waters, that I might weep over you, and pour down my tears as a cloud of waters, so that I might rest from the trouble of my heart. Who has permitted you to practice reproaches and wickedness, and so judgment shall overtake you, sinners? Do not fear the sinners, you righteous, for again Yahuwah will deliver them into your hands, that you may execute judgment upon them according to your desires. Woe to you who speak out curses which cannot be reversed. Healing shall therefore be far from you because of your sins. Woe to you who reward your neighbor with evil, for you shall be rewarded according to your works. Woe to you, lying witnesses, and to those who weigh out injustice, for suddenly you shall perish. Woe to you, sinners, for you persecute the righteous, for you shall be delivered up and persecuted because of injustice, and its yoke shall be heavy upon you. Chapter 96. Be hopeful, you righteous, for suddenly the sinners shall perish before you, and you shall have authority over them according to your desires. And in the days of the tribulation of the sinners, your children shall arise and rise as eagles, and higher than the vultures will be your nest. And you shall ascend and enter the crevices of the earth, and the clefts of the rock forever, as rabbits before the unrighteous, and demons shall sigh because of you, and weep. Therefore fear not, you that have suffered, for healing shall be your portion, and a bright light shall enlighten you, and the voice of rest you shall hear from the Shamayim. Woe unto you, you sinners, from your riches, for your riches make you appear like the righteous, but your hearts convict you of being sinners, and this fact shall be a witness against you for a remembrance of evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat, and drink the wine in large bowls, and tread the lowly underfoot with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly you shall be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken the fountain of Chai. Woe to you who work unrighteousness and deceit and blasphemy, it shall be a remembrance against you for evil. Woe to you, you mighty, who with the mighty oppress the righteous, for the day of your destruction is coming in those days. Many and 2 days shall come for the righteous in the day of your judgment. Chapter 97. Believe you, righteous, that the sinners will become a shame and perish in the day of unrighteousness. Be it known unto you that the Most High is mindful of your destruction, and the Malakim of the Shamayim rejoice over your destruction. What will you do, you sinners, and where will you flee on the day of judgment, when you hear the voice of the prayers of the righteous? Therefore you shall be like them, against whom this word shall be a witness. You have been companions of sinners. And in those days the prayers of the righteous shall reach unto Yahuwah, and for you the days of your judgment shall finally come. And all the words of your unrighteousness shall be read out before the great Kadash One, and your faces shall be covered with shame, and he will reject every work which is grounded on unrighteousness. Woe to you, you sinners, who live on the mid-ocean and on the dry land, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you, who acquire silver and gold in unrighteousness, and say, we have become rich with riches, and have possessions, and have acquired all we have desired. And now let us do what we schemed, for we have gathered silver, and the farmers are many in our houses, and our granaries are full with water. Therefore, like water, your lies shall flow away, for your riches shall not endure, but speedily depart from you, for you have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and you shall be given over to a great curse. Chapter 98. And now I swear unto you, to the wise and to the foolish, for you shall have many experiences on the earth. For you men shall put on more adornments than a woman, and more colored garments than a maiden, in royalty and in splendor and in power and in silver and in gold and in purple and in splendor and in food. They shall be poured out as water. Therefore they shall be lacking in instruction and wisdom, and they shall perish thereby together with their possessions, and with all their esteem, and their splendor, and in the shame, and in slaughter, and in great destitution. Their spirits shall be cast into the furnace of fire. I have sworn unto you, you sinners, as a mountain has not become a slave, and a hill does not become the handmaid of a woman, even so sin has not been sent upon the earth, but man of himself has created it, and under a great curse they who commit it shall fail. and barrenness has not been given to the women, but on account of the deeds of her own hands she dies without children. I have sworn unto you, you sinners, by the Kadash Great One, that all your evil deeds are revealed in the Shamayim, and that none of your deeds of oppression are covered and hidden. And do not think in your spirit, nor say in your heart that you do not know, and that you do not see that every sin is recorded in the Shamayim every day in the presence of the Most High. From here on, you know that all your oppression with which you oppress is written down every day to the day of your judgment. Woe to you, you fools, for through your folly you shall perish, and transgress against the wise, and so tubeness shall not be your portion. And now know that you are prepared for the day of destruction. Therefore do not hope to live, you sinners, but you shall depart and die, for you know no ransom, for you are prepared for the day of the great judgment, for the day of tribulation and great shame from your spirits. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, who work wickedness and eat blood, from where you have tube to eat and to drink and be filled, from all the tube which Yahuwah the Most High has placed in abundance on the earth. Therefore you shall have no peace. Woe to you who love the deeds of unrighteousness. Why do you hope for tube to happen unto yourselves? Know that you shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous, and they shall cut off your necks and slay you, and have no compassion upon you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave shall be dug for you. Woe to you who bring to naught the words of the righteous, for you shall have no hope of Chai. You shall have no hope of Chai. Woe to you who write down lying and wicked words, for they write down their lies, that men may hear them, and act wickedly towards neighbor. Therefore they shall have no peace, but die a sudden death. Chapter 99. Woe to you who work wickedness, and exult in lying, and exalt them. You shall perish. No Baruch, no Barakah, no Chai shall be yours. Woe to them who pervert the words of uprightness, and transgress the eternal law, and transform themselves into what they were not, into sinners. They shall be trodden underfoot upon the earth. In those days prepare your righteous to raise your prayers as a remembrance, and place them as a witness before the Malachim, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a remembrance before the Most High. In those days the nations shall be stirred up, and the clans of the nations shall rise on the day of destruction. And in those days the destitute shall go forth and carry off their children, and they shall abandon them, so that their children shall perish through them. Also they shall abandon their nursing infants, and not return to them, and shall have no pity on their beloved ones. And again I swear to you, you sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed, and they who worship stones and graven images of gold and silver and wood and clay, and those who worship impure spirits and demons and all kinds of idols, not according to knowledge, shall go no manner of help from them. Shall get no manner of help from them. And they shall become wicked because of the wickedness of their hearts, and their eyes shall be blinded through the fear of their hearts, and through visions of their dreams. Through these they shall become wicked and fearful, for they shall have wrought all their works in a lie, and shall have worshipped a stone. Therefore, in an instant shall they perish. But in those days, Baruch are they who accept the words of wisdom and understand them, and observe the ways of the Most High, and walk in the path of his righteousness, and do not become wicked with the unrighteous, for they shall be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for you shall be slain in Gehenna. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and who cause bitterness on the earth, for thereby they shall be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your houses through the grievous toil of others, and all their building materials are the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, you shall have no peace. Woe to them who reject the measure and eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose being follows after idols, for they shall have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and slay their neighbors, until the day of the great judgment. For he shall cast down your esteem, and bring affliction on your hearts, and shall arouse his fierce indignation, and destroy you all with the sword, and all with the Kadash and righteous shall remember your sins. Chapter 100. And in those days, in one place, the father together with their banim shall be smitten, and brothers one with another shall fall in death, till the streams flow with their blood. For a man shall not withhold his hand from slaying his banim, and his banim's banim, and the sinner shall not withhold his hand from his honored brother. For dawn till sundown they shall slay one another, and the horses shall walk up to the breast of the blood of sinners, and the chariot shall be submerged to its height. And in those days the Malachim shall descend into the secret places, and gather together into one place all those who brought down sin, and the Most High will arise on the day of judgment to execute great judgment amongst sinners. And over all the righteous and Kadash he will appoint guardians from amongst the Kadash Malachim to guard them as the apple of an eye, until he makes an end of all the wickedness and all sin. And though the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have not to fear. And the children of the earth shall see the wise in security, and shall understand all the words of this book, and recognize that their riches shall not be able to save them in their overthrow of their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish, you who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire, you shall be rewarded according to your works. Woe to you, you obstinate of heart, with who watch in order to devise wickednesses. Therefore fear shall come upon you, and there shall be none to help you. Woe to you, you sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which your wickednesses have wrought, and blazing flames, burning worse than the fire you shall burn. Burning worse than fire you shall burn. And now know that from the Malachim, who will inquire as to your deeds in the Shamayim, from the sun and from the moon, and from the stars, in reference to your sins, because upon the earth you executed judgments on the righteous. And he will summon to witness against you every cloud and mist and dew and rain, and they shall all be withheld because of you from descending upon you, and they shall be mindful of your sins. And now give presents to the rain, that it be not withheld from descending upon you, nor even the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend, when the frost and snow with their chillness, and all the snow storms and all their plagues fall upon you, In those days you shall not be able to stand before them. Chapter 101. Observe the Shamayim, you children of the Shamayim, and every work of the Most High, and revere him, and work no evil in his presence. If he closes the windows of the Shamayim, and withholds the rain of the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will you do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, you cannot petition him, for you spoke proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore you shall have no peace. And do you not see the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in much trouble? And therefore they fear, because all their pleasant possessions go upon the sea with them, and they have evil forebodings of heart, that the sea will swallow them, and that they will perish therein, and not the entire sea, and all the waters, and all its movements, the work of the Most High, and has not he appointed limits to its doings, and confines it throughout by the sand, and at his rebuke it is afraid and dries up, and all its fish dies, all that is in it. But you sinners that are on the earth, do not revere him. Has he not made the Shamayim and the earth and all that is in them, who have given understanding and wisdom to all that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ships revere the sea? You sinners, yet you sinners do not revere the Most High. Chapter 102. In those days, when he has brought a grievous fire upon you, where will you flee, and where will you find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be frightened and revere? And all the lights shall be frightening with great fear, and all the earth shall be frightened and tremble and be alarmed. And all the Malakim shall execute their commands. And all the Malakim shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great esteem. And the children of earth shall tremble and quake, and you sinners shall be cursed forever, and you shall have no peace. Fear not, you beings of the righteous, and be hopeful, you that have died in righteousness, and do not grieve in your beings, if your being has descended into the grave in grief, and that in your high your body did not fare according to your tubeness, but wait for the day of judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet when you die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so the righteous die. As we die, so the righteous die. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? See, even as we, so they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From here on we are equal. And what will they receive? And what will they see forever? See, they too have died, and hereon forever they shall see no light. I tell you, sinners, you are content to eat and drink, and rob and sin, and strip men naked, and acquire wealth, and see 2 days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end comes to pass? That no manner of violence is found in them till their death. Nevertheless, they perished, and became as though they had not been, and their ruach descended into the grave in tribulation. Chapter 103. Now therefore I swear to you, the righteous, by the esteem of the great and honored, and Al Shaddai in dominion, And by his greatness I swear to you, I know a mystery, and have read the tablets of the Shamayim, and have seen the Kadash books, and have found the writings in them, and written regarding them, that all the tubness and joy and esteem are prepared for them, and written down for the Ruachut of those who have died in righteousness, and that much too shall be given to you in reward for your labors, and that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living, and the Ruachut of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their Ruachut shall not perish, nor their remembrance from before the face of the Great One unto all the generations of the world. Therefore no longer fear their revilings. Woe to you, you sinners, when you have died, if you die in the wealth of your sins. And those who are like you say regarding you, Baruch are the sinners, they have seen all their days, and how they have died in prosperity and in wealth, and have not seen tribulation or murder in their chai, and they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their chai. Know that their beings will be made to descend into the grave, and they shall be watched in their great tribulation, and into darkness and chains and a burning flame, where there is a grievous judgment. Your Ruachut shall enter, and the great judgment shall be for all the generations of the world. Woe to you! For you shall have no peace. Do not say in regard to the righteous and to who are in Chai. In our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil, and been consumed, and have become few, and our Nafashim small, our Ruachut small, and we have been destroyed, and been not found any to help us. Even with a word we have been tortured and destroyed, and not hope to see Chai from day to day. We hope to be the head, and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously, and have no satisfaction in our toil. We have become the food of the sinners and the unrighteous, and they have laid their yoke heavily upon us. They have had dominion over us, and have hated us, and have smote us. And to those that hated us we have bowed our necks, but they did not pity us. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but found no place where we should flee and be safe from them. And we complained to the rulers in our tribulation, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not hear our voice. And they helped those who robbed us and devoured us, and those who made us few. And they concealed their oppression, and they did not remove from us the yoke of those who devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us. And they concealed their murder, and did not remember that they had lifted up their hands against us. Chapter 104. I swear unto you that in the Shamayim the Malakim remember you for two before the esteem of the great Kadash One, and your names are written before the esteem of the Great One. Be hopeful, for beforehand you were put to shame through ill and affliction, but now you shall shine as the lights of the Shamayim. You shall shine and shall be seen, and the door of the Shamayim shall be opened to you. And in your cry for judgment, and it shall appear for you. For all your tribulation shall be visited on the rulers, and on all who help those who plundered you. Be hopeful, and do not cast away your hopes, for you shall have great joy, and the Malakim of the Shamayim, as the Malakim of the Shamayim. What shall you be obliged to do? You shall not have to hide on the day of great judgment, and you shall not be found as sinners, and the eternal judgment shall be far from you for all the generations of the world. And now, do not fear, you righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways. Do not be companions with them, but keep far from their violence, for you shall become companions of the host of the Shamayim. And although you sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your sins every day. And now I show unto you that light and darkness, day and night, see all your sins. Do not be wicked in your hearts, and do not lie, and do not alter the words of uprightness, nor change with lying the words of the Kadash, Great One, nor take account of your idols, for all your lying and all your wickedness do not come forth in righteousness, but in great sin. And now I know this mystery, that sinners will change and pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words, and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. But when they write down truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish aught from my words, but write them all down truthfully, all that I first witnessed concerning them, then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise, to become a cause for joy and uprightness and much wisdom, and to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them and rejoice over them. And then all the righteous who have learned from them all the path of uprightness shall be recompensed. Hallelujah, YAHUSHA. Chapter 105. In those days Yahuwah spoke to summon and witness to the children of the earth concerning their wisdom. Show unto them, for you are their guides, and a recompense over the whole earth. For I and my bond will be united with them forever in the paths of uprightness in their Chaim, and you shall have peace. Rejoice, you children of uprightness. Amen. Fragment of the Book of Noah, chapter 106. You know what? I'm going to save that. I'm going to save this last one. Perfect timing. Yeah, let's save that one. This concludes Yom 4, Yom 5, reading the whole Caphar in the 50th year of Yubal. Shalom, shalom, Yasharal, shalom, Yahusha.